Did you relocate your wireless access point?
Slightly. I just made it lower. You can't quite see it. It's still behind the NCR over there. I dropped it down so that it's just barely below the edge of the NCR compute unit there. But the NCR is much more open than the Data 620 was, so I don't know, maybe that'll work out to our benefit, I guess. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It might.
Yeah, I'll start Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, as long as the side panels are off of it, you're probably good. Once the side panels are put back on it, probably not.
Yeah, that might make a difference. I'll probably never put the side panels on it while it's in here. I got a feeling that this is going to be one of those machines that I'm always working on.
I could actually give you some more info on that.
Yeah, so you made a post. I saw that you made a post on I take pictures of electronics components, which is hilarious because apparently nobody reads because you said my buddy picked this up and then everybody thought it was yours.
Yeah. So one of the people in there said that he worked at a place where they used that for payroll and invoicing, accounts receivable, accounts payable. And they were able to go from having 3 people doing that job to 1 person doing that job, which was great because they had to have the service guy out all the time to work on the machine.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, I think I read through some of the comments, and I think this like year of NCR stuff, or this era, I should say, like the first. Between like 1960 and 1970, they made a bunch of stuff that looks very similar. So I think we're seeing a lot of people who used maybe similar machines or the more full-fledged versions of these machines or something like that, because it seems like there's some conflicting information that people are saying, right?
Yep.
All right, big girl. You got to come out of the case.
Really, with the kind of schematics that we have and the little bit of damage there is to them, we were going to have to reverse engineer the machine anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah, with the schematics that we got, I mean, I think we're pretty well golden. It's the mechanical side of things is a little worrying, but mechanical stuff is a lot easier to figure out. Also, I think if, once we get it somewhat powered up, we can trial and error our way through a lot of stuff as well. I don't think it takes that kind of magnetic paper because I don't see anything in here that would be able to read magnetic stripes. But I don't know, maybe once we get it further apart, we'll be able to see.
Yeah.
That also seems maybe a little sophisticated for the tubiness of it. Oof, there we go.
I suspect it's punch cards because the punch card reader in the block diagram is kind of connected to the EMU unit, which is part of the whole control thing. So I suspect that's where they got the commands in.
That would make sense. I mean, I don't have a punch card reader, so I don't know how you get the commands in without a punch card reader.
It's engineering. It's fun.
Yeah, figuring it out the hard way is how we do it.
We know a guy who has a grader.
All right, there we go.
What do you think the schedule is going to be on this, Usagi, as to when you might start working on it?
So that's actually kind of a fun, interesting conversation, right? Because it kind of occupies the same category as 2 other machines in here, right? As the G15 and the LGP21, right? They're both very similar machines. They're similar era stuff, right? So ultimately, it comes down to what am I going to display at VCF Southwest, which seems like a strange thing for it to be dependent upon. But the LGP21 is in such good shape that I think if we start on it now, by the time VCF Southwest rolls around, I think we might be able to get it going and actually have it functional. That's 2 months. I realize that's kind of a short timetable for it. 3 months maybe. I don't know. When is Southwest? 2 or 3 months away.
It's the end of May.
Yeah, sure. How far away is that from now? I don't know what day it is.
End of February today.
Okay, so March, April, May. So 3 months, right? And so I think if we thrash hard on the LGP21, like we can get it going in 3 months. It's in really excellent shape. I don't see anything that looks super alarming on it. And if we can get the LGP21 going before VCF Southwest, that kind of eliminates one big, heavy, worrisome project that would occupy a space in our normal rotation. At which point the NCR could then fill that space.
When was the LGP last running? I forget.
No clue. I don't think Tom Jennings ever ran it. So probably when it was at Los Alamos. But it was in, yeah. But I mean, it's always been stored in it's always been stored indoors for its whole life. Like it's never once been in somebody's garage or outdoors or in the elements or anything like that. So it's in phenomenally good shape. It's probably the nicest machine in this room, except for maybe the Centurion. Like it's in really, really good condition. All right, let's see here. So if, I haven't really made a decision on what I want to display at VCF Southwest. I was initially thinking like a full Texas Instruments display, like going hard on TI stuff. But I'm just like, as much as I enjoy TI stuff, like that doesn't feel dramatic enough for VCF, right? Like if I think back about like the things that really really did good at VCF that people were really excited about, the Mini Centurion was obviously a big one. But the second year that I ran the Mini Centurion at VCF, like the interest had waned in it because a lot of people had already seen it once. The UE1 was a big hit, and that was only the processor half of it. I hadn't built the second half of it in 2023 when I did that VCF. So I could take the UE1 back, and I think it would be a really big hit this year as well. But like, taking like a TI-99, even with all the sidecars, as unique as that is, like I don't think anybody's really gonna bat an eye twice at that at VCF Southwest. Like it's such a huge collection of amazing stuff at these events. So like you got to really, like if you want to stand out, you got to really do some wild stuff. So the LGP21 at a VCF would easily be the oldest computer there by probably 10 years. It'd be in 1963. I don't think anybody would have anything older than 1973, right? So that would definitely make it a very unique and good option, I think. The UE1 would be cool because it's a homebrew. I would need to build like a custom stand for it, so that way it's much more stable while it's on display. And then I would need to find some way to demonstrate it. I mentioned this a bit in the Patreon chat, and somebody said, maybe making like a traffic light diorama and then having a paper tape program that runs the traffic light would be interesting. So there's a couple options there, but whatever I dive into, I think I need to focus hard on that. The TI-980 would be neat, as would the ASR33, but I don't know. I don't feel like it would be as impactful as the LGP21 or the UE1, or I mean, even if I could get the G15 there, the G15 would be awesome to have on display, even with it not working, because I could put the drum on a table all taken apart so people could come up and get hands on with the drum and look at it and touch it. But like it needs a forklift both here and there, and I'm pretty sure VCF Southwest doesn't have like a forklift just hanging about that for people like me. Or I would need somebody to like donate $1,500 so I could rent a truck for 4 days, 5 days, or however long it takes. A truck with like a lift gate. Those things aren't cheap. It would certainly bankrupt me if I tried doing it. Yeah, J-Bub, the UE1 traffic lights sound fun. I'm not sure I could pull it off in time. But yeah. And yeah, somebody did take an SEM to Midwest, J-Bev. And I don't know how they got it there, but if I were to take the G15 or even the OJ, I mean, even though the OJ is not working, or even the BOMEM, like this stuff needs forklifts or lift gates and more than just me. So I would need somebody to come help me, and then I would also need somebody to help me there and back. Like you can ask Charles; he was here helping me lift heavy stuff.
I just had a thought. Do you think the UE1 would fit in a Pelican case? Because you could just set it on its side and stand the Pelican case.
No.
There you go.
I don't think they make Pelican cases big enough. It's if I remember, yeah, it's 70 centimeters wide and 100 centimeters tall. So 1 meter by 0.7 meters.
They make them pretty close. We've got a couple at work. We've got a couple at work that are good for. I think it's 2 dozen laptops in one case, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, you're just a hair bigger than that. So, besides those cases were expensive. Now that I think about it.
So yeah, regarding moving more stuff, don't threaten me with a good time. I'll do it again.
I don't know if my back could take it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'm pretty sure that during the shenanigans that we had, I'm pretty sure I pulled a muscle in my bicep and in whatever this area of your arm is, your forearm. Because my whole left arm, after you left and it was just AJ, we had to take it way slower because my whole left arm was pretty much unusable for like 3 days.
My issue was that it took me about a week to cough out all that NCR dust.
Yeah, that stuff was pretty brutal.
Oh, wait a
How
second.
many days after we're vacuuming that up?
The pricing's ridiculous, but road cases for big flat screen TVs might work.
My triggering's not happy with this, with the triangle wave. Also, I'm like incredibly low. I'm getting double triggers. That's super weird. Yeah, the transport of the UE1 I'm less worried about because that's all I would take. But I would need a good way to like mount it high enough for people to see so it's off the floor, but not so high that it's easy to topple over. Like being on top of a table is not a great move. So to kind of like need this, and I need it to be really stable so people can like come up and like flip switches and stuff without having to worry about it like falling over.
So you'd have to build a frame out of like 2x4s or 2x2s that you could break down.
Yeah, something like that.
2x4s.
I do. They were just all up in the hangar.
Yeah, see, that's why
I do. They were just.
So that's why I was thinking of a case, because then you could just display it in the case, and the case plus its open lid would be a pretty hefty amount of leverage that someone would have to defeat in order to knock the thing over.
What
Well,
was the width on it again?
What's the what?
I'm sorry, what?
The width.
70 centimeters by 100 centimeters per board, and there's 2 boards.
Yeah. It's 2 panels.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit under a yard. which is a bit wider than they make the cases.
Another possible use for the UE1 might be to emulate train signals with a model train set.
That'd be kind of fun.
I mean, that would give you some crossover with another hobby there.
And that's basically what TMRC was doing.
I don't know why it does that. That's weird.
I don't know. Is that a hobby or is that
I
a
don't know why it
religion?
does that.
How railroading is session.
So it's a sync thing that I'm having trouble with. That's why you've got this extra control here to set your sweep mode, apparently. All right. Well, okay. Yeah, so I guess the ultimate question is, like, what do I display at VCF Southwest, right? If it's UE1, then I need to start to seriously think about a good demonstration for it and a good base to build for it. I've got 3 months to figure out bases, so I can do that. I mean, I'm imagining just like a box that it sits on that has a tall panel in the back that I screw it into with casters on the bottom. So that way you can like push it and it's impossible to tip over. It'll just roll around, which is like totally doable. Or the LGP-21, which is like beautiful. And we need to start doing videos on getting it going. I've had it for a little over exactly 1 year, so it is definitely time to get started on the LGP-21. And if we do decide to display the LGP-21 at VCF, then we got to thrash hard on it. But that means that pretty much by the time VCF Southwest is over, the LGP-21 should be mostly functional. Which means then we can start ramping down the videos on it and start ramping up the videos on something else, G15 or NCR or both. You know, I imagine that progress on the G15 is going to be quite slow because we got a lot of strange work to do on it and work that's going to be dependent on other people, which means that the schedule of the G15 will be reliant on other people's schedules. So I can't get something regular going on with it. The NCR initially is a whole lot of just cleaning and scrubbing and potentially even painting to paint the frame so it doesn't rust anymore. Maybe even replace the wood top. I don't know. The wood top might be savable. We'll see. So that's something that we could get into in the latter half of the year with the NCR. But I mean, it all depends like on what we're going to run, what path we're going to run down for VCF Southwest. I can't quite read these from here.
For the LGP-21, is there any issues with it fitting within the footprint of your booth or table? Because it's kind of its own furniture.
Well, so what would happen is I would just get, I mean, the UE1's not really wider than a single table, so I would just buy a single table and then not use the table and just, you know, leave the table set up and just use that where the table would be normally as my footprint. I did that with the Centurion.
And the LGP-21, I mean, it'll have to be facing out to the crowd to demonstrate it, to look at it. Otherwise, because the back of it isn't very impressive.
Yeah, so I would need to get, I think, probably 2 tables for the LGP-21. But most likely, if I decided to do the LGP-21, I would talk to the organizers first, and I would say, hey, I think I'm gonna try and get this thing going. Do we want to try and put it in a specific place on the floor as opposed to just, you know, in the middle of an island like we normally get? Because it's such an awkward shape, but also it'll be the oldest computer there by 10 years easily. And so they may want to highlight it, put it in a specific place so that people can see it a little clearer. I don't know. That's
You don't know
totally their call.
You don't know anyone with a TI 990 that you could borrow, do you?
No. I've been looking for a TI 990 forever, and I ended up with a TI 980.
I was just thinking, it's because if you got a hold of a TI 990 that was TMS 9900 based, you have your home brew, then you have the 99.4 with all the sidecars, and then you have the 99.4A with the professional expansion box. That's kind of showing a variety of what that CPU was used for.
So that was kind of my original plan. Only instead of the 990, it was to go with the 980. But I like even then, I still don't think that's like a heavy hitter of an exhibit. I think TI stuff is just a little too common, and I think even potentially the 990 or the 980 are not going to be stand out enough at a VCF. Like I think, yeah, like they're awesome systems in their own right, but a VCF is sensory overload of cool shit, right? So if you really want an exhibit to like hit hard, it's got to be something that nobody else is even close to getting. Like I'm sure Midwest was full of insane systems, but all anybody ever talks about is the scanning electron microscope, right? Because it hit way harder than anybody else's system.
Yeah, and if there's the floor space to exhibit it, the LGP21, especially if it's at least minimally working, would be impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I think if we can just even get it, printing something on the Flexo Rider, and I'm pretty sure that if we do decide to go hard enough on it, I could shoot Bill Cooker a message and say, hey, I need some software for an LGP, and send him all the documentation and software that I have already, and I'm pretty sure he could write something up for it.
Did you get some LGP21 punch paper tape with it?
No, I didn't get any actual software with it, but I did get a book of programs with it the machine code for the programs. So we could write new software and punch it out if we could figure out how to assemble that stuff into binary, which I'm sure we can do. And some of those programs, I mean, I think it's awesome that the HP-150A is just sitting here while we talk about something else. But some of those programs, oof, I'm about to create a huge mess. So let's see here. Some of these programs, like, I mean, like you guys can't really see it. I'll hold it up to the camera here and it'll update here in a second. But this is a hexadecimal punch or print routine, and it's the raw code. It's like written on the coding sheet with notes over on the right here. It was written in 10/18 of 1956, and it was written by none other than Melvin K, which is the story of Mel, Mr. Mel. So there's like, Melvin K apparently wrote certain routines for the LGP21, or this might be for the LGP30, but I mean, we can probably port it. This is one that is an arctangent subroutine, again written in 10/15 of 56 by Melvin K. The dude was just like writing code.
He's the one with the famous self-modifying code story that nobody could understand.
Yeah.
His code.
Yeah. Which is funny because like this really kind of opened my eyes to Melvin's work, because like all anybody ever talks about is the blackjack program with self-modifying code that he wrote, which the impression that I get was that he wrote that kind of as a middle finger to people, to his boss or to somebody, right? Somebody was upsetting him, so he wrote that to be as obtuse and brutal as possible. But the dude worked for years writing probably thousands upon thousands of real deal, legitimately good programs. So, you know, this is a data input number one subroutine, again, written by Melvin Kay, right? So the dude has just a massive library of work, but nobody ever talks about, you know, what he did for years. They only talk about the one thing that he did. So it might be kind of fun to get some of these LGP30 Melvin programs up and running. Granted, they're not that exciting to show because they're all subroutines and meant for something else. But still, it's kind of neat.
In the absolute worst case, if whatever you have planned completely falls flat and you have nothing else that you think you can exhibit, it would be fairly easy to toss like 211 BSD on the 1144 and take that there with all your weird terminals hanging off of it. People like looking at Unix on PDP-11s for some strange reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no shortage of things that I could exhibit there. I mean, I think even if push came to shove, I could probably build a base for the UE1 in a weekend, right, and have that displayed there, because the UE1's finished. Like, it doesn't actually need anything except for a base to keep it stable and on display. So that's totally an option too. I mean, it's not a question of, oh no, will I have something good to show? It's more of a question of like, what is the most hardcore, coolest thing I can show? Because this is the only VCF I'm exhibiting at all year. I mean, I'll go to a couple other. I'll go to Midwest for sure. I might go to PNW. I'm not sure yet. But I'm not going to exhibit anything there. I'm just going to go visit and hang out.
Yeah, no, I'm talking as a fail-safe if whatever the main plan is craps out. So we could do something that's kind of a risk, like the LGP, without having to worry about coming up with a backup plan. Like with the UE1, I thought the problem was you had to come up with something for it to do. You had to build a traffic light or something like that.
Well, I mean, for the UE1, yeah, for the UE1, that is an option. Like, we could do that, but we could also just like write a more interactive program for it or something. You know, there's ways that we could make the UE1 interesting and engaging without actually having to build anything. All right, I'm trying to figure out how to adjust. So we have on our HP-150A, we've got a couple of problems here. So let me go back to a sine wave, see if I can demonstrate this. Let me speed the frequency up to, say, 1 megahertz. That's right, cramming a megahertz into this thing. Yeah, there we go. So on the HP-150A here, my 1 microsecond per division setting is dead. But all other sweep times work just fine. This is a 10 megahertz oscilloscope. Let's crank 10 megahertz into it.
My first and immediate suspect would be the switch.
Just see if it'll handle.
Yeah, the switch is definitely a solid guess. Oh, you're struggling, huh? So I've got
if not the switch, it would be that some bozo modified the switch so that that particular setting becomes an external input somewhere or something like that.
There it is. All right, I don't know how visible that is.
It's always the very bottom.
That is that's a 10 megahertz sine wave going into a vacuum tube oscilloscope. It's struggling. It's definitely struggling with the trigger on it. But 10 megacycles is all this thing is rated to, and that's what I'm cranking into it. So it's at its max. So I would say the oscilloscope is doing pretty good handling me slamming 10 megahertz into it. All right, let me see if I can find the schematic for the what is that, the sweep time? The vertical amplifier. There we go. There's our sweep generator.
Yeah, you said it was. And the setting that's crapping out is the very bottom one, right?
No, it's in the middle.
Oh, all right. Okay, that rules out one of the things I was thinking of then.
Yeah, so I can go all the way down to 0.1 microsecond per division. And the one that craps out is 1 microsecond per division, which is fine. Like, I can totally work around not having 1 microsecond per division, but I would like to, maybe figure that out.
What happens if you put it there and then play with the knob in the center, that fine tweaking?
The vernier? Nothing. I think it's actually,
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's actually here. I have to crank it all the way over to the far right position, and you can see that the waveform is all scrunched up way off to the left side. So if I move my horizontal position full clockwise, the waveform actually shows up. It's just it's not generating the sweep correctly.
Right. Yeah, I was looking for like an open resistance value or something like that. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking maybe it would jiggle something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find that switch setting on here and see what's unique about it. See, there we go. Microseconds. Where the resolution on this is not great. Microseconds is going to be 50, 20, 10, 5 to 1. Yeah, I don't fully understand the schematic here. I mean, we could have, no, I don't think, like, looking at the schematic, I don't think we have an open resistor value on the input on the switch, because that would kill more than just 1 microsecond per division. So this is a curious one that's going on here. I'm entirely sure how to tackle this one. I need to set up my other laptop though, because the text for you guys is way too far away and I can't read anything. All right, let me get another chair out.
Meatball in a scope, the high frequency rating is the point where you start losing vertical resolution, because the peaks are too short in time for the quantization to work.
There could also be like
digital scope.
There could also be like
oh.
I was gonna say there could also be other issues with the trigger, like the trigger circuit may not be able to keep up at higher frequencies.
Yeah, in digital scopes, the rating is when the digital, when the DAC or the ADC starts to crap out.
All right, you guys get to watch me pull up Twitch chat here. Also the schematic. All right, there we go. I got Twitch chat up. I can now actually see what you guys are talking and pull up Discord as well, because I imagine there might be some people talking over there as well. Discord's got to download. Yeah, Charles, the room really did need the G15 in here. It's kind of like this glue that ties everything together. And when you left, Charles, we didn't have any of the shelving on the wall. So with all the shelves up now, I'll see if I can. I'll try to pan the webcam around a little bit. So we got a shelf over top of the NCR. We put up a shelf over top of the TI 980 that runs all the way over to the edge of the Centurion printer, and that's got our disk packs and stuff like that on it. We slipped a little, oh, you can't quite see it. We slipped a little shelf over in the corner next to the jail. Put a shelf above the PDP 1173 for the BOMIM documentation. And then we slipped a shelf right next to the UE1 here. And all of these together really just like made the room feel lived in. And, you know, we got some posters on the wall, got some things hung up all around. So the echo has died down tremendously in here. That was very important. Yeah, the HP VPs on the wall look great. Yeah, I was talking with AJ about the play button, and I've just always had the little silver play button just kind of shoved off into a corner on one of the bookshelves because I never really knew a good place for it. And AJ and I were kind of holding it around, and that place looked like a good place to hang it up, so that way it's like hung up on the wall, but it's also not, you know, like in your face and causing problems because it is like straight up a mirror on it. Yeah. Posters on the wall, shelving on the wall. Yeah, it made a massive difference. I think I need to still get some sound deadening on the ceiling. I'm pointing the camera up right now, so it'll take a second before it catches up. But the ceiling is just like one big flat thing. And so no matter how much junk I put on the wall, the ceiling is always going to reflect some audio back at me. So there's always going to be a hint of echo. And even like running machines with big fans, like the 1144, for example, or heck, even this HP-150A puts out a little bit of noise. That noise is going to bounce off of the ceiling and get picked up by microphones. So if I can like go through and put some of that sound deadening foam on the ceiling, I think that would like just dramatically change the audio quality in the room for the better. What's a drop ceiling? Explain a drop ceiling to me.
Okay, you know that stuff in offices where it's just lightweight tiles hanging on a metal grid?
Okay.
That's drop ceiling.
Okay. I don't have space for that. The ceiling is just a whole bunch of 2x4s on end. So I've got flat boards across the top, then 2x4s as support, and then more flat boards on top of that. And then it's purely storage above that. So we've got it stacked to the brim up there with stuff and storage. But a drop ceiling would be cool. Yeah, Meatball One, everybody sounds good on speakerphone because all speakerphones sound equally terrible. I think that's the rule. All right, let me pull up the HP schematic here. I don't even know how to go about troubleshooting this problem that we have. Oh yeah, I did shave. Yeah, the beard has disappeared. But that won't be visible for like 2 episodes. I'm also incredibly far behind. Roy, I do have carpet in here. Yeah, Tech AV, the like real deal stuff is like super highly flammable, which is why I was only going to put it on the ceiling. Because I'm pretty sure there's nothing up there that could cause it to catch fire. Oof. Now my focus has died. There it goes. Oh yeah, nailing carpet to the ceiling is not a bad idea either. That's certainly less flammable than some of that acoustic foam.
The drop ceiling stuff he was talking about, that would be only like half an inch. I mean, you only have to be a little bit below whatever you have up there now. You don't have to rip down the ceiling you have or anything, or raise it or anything like that.
Yeah, but I don't know what that would really gain me. You know, the reason you run a drop ceiling is so you can run cables up and through the ceiling, right? But the way that I've got the room laid out is that doesn't really benefit me too much. The only things that I genuinely need to go up is a vent hood for the G15, at which point a drop ceiling doesn't help. I need a giant hole saw to punch a big hole in the ceiling. Or one other alternative is to create a tube with optics in it to pipe in essentially the atmospheric light or something straight to the BOMEM, right? So if I wanted to take spectra of sunlight or spectra of moonlight or starlight or whatever, right? Having a straight shot up through the roof might be useful as well. But I think I think the next new GP has some potentially better solutions for that.
Pushing the thing
Gotcha.
outside.
I was just wondering. I was just
Maybe
wondering.
easier.
Standpoint. Oops, sorry.
All right, so if anybody, let's see here, I'll drop the manual. Yeah, Tom T, that's exactly what I was looking at. Pin 21 across all of the S5 wafers here. Here, let me drop this into Discord if I can. $40 megabytes. Oh, I forgot how big it was. Let's see. Let me open you up. S5B appears to not be a problem as it's connecting anything. Yeah, so that's Tom, that's kind of what I was looking at. Is like if you look at 21 across on the wafers, like if C62 was bad or C6 was bad, that would affect 1 microsecond, 2 microsecond, and 5 microsecond. But 2 microsecond and 5 microsecond are totally fine. It's just 1 microsecond. So then if we follow it back a little bit more, you've got, you know, R154, R155, R156 feeding into almost all of the microsecond range. So those are all fine. So that kind of leaves just this question of, is it a bad wafer on the switch? Because after that, you know, it looks like 1 microsecond, 0.5 microsecond, and 0.2 microsecond all feed into the same line on the other side. Like, I don't see, so if we had a fault someplace else, it wouldn't affect the 1 microsecond. It would affect all three of those, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, what is S21C? Oh, S21. That's just the wafer switch. The wafer switch is what you're talking about.
And when I had you wiggling the thing around earlier, that would have at least done some glitching if it was just an open or something on the switch.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping,
Really
is that I could wiggle it on the switch and maybe make a contact, but that doesn't really seem to be the case here.
Yeah, my basis for that assumption was that anything big enough to cause the entire pad to fail would also be big enough that it would be able to be seen on visually inspecting the switch. You
Okay,
would see a
well,
burn mark.
that's fun. So yeah, it's super dumb what's happening here. Oh, this is so silly. I should have looked earlier. We got a short is what's going on, but it's the wafer switch shorting to a capacitor.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, let me take a picture of this, see if I can get it to focus on it. This is so silly. So there it is, set to 1. So I've got somehow in all of this moving around. Oh, focus. All right, let me see if those pictures turned out all right.
And you've looked at the switch about a dozen times now for different ones of us. I think there's at least 3 of us that have asked about it, so it's been unnoticed by however many dozen people now.
It's in such a silly, it's such a weird spot too. All right, so I got pictures incoming onto the Friday Night Twitch here. So this first picture is with the switch in 2 microseconds per division. And then the second picture is with the switch in 1 microseconds per division. And you can see the big brown cap that looks like it's been pushed in and sitting a little too low. And when it just so happens that when you're in the 1 microsecond per division range, the little nubbin, the little ball on the wafer switch is touching the cap, touching the leg of the cap.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Because that thing doesn't touching doesn't look like a contact.
Yeah, I would not have noticed it if I wasn't kind of pushing things around. Oh, and then the cap just broke. Well, that's going to be fun to try and fix now. What a terrible place. So the leg broke off of one end of the cap, and then the solder joint broke off of the other side of the cap. So that cap was just not doing good anyways. Let's see if I can...
Honestly, from that blob, it looks like somebody tried to fix it before.
All right, so the $1 million question is, who knows how to read mica cap color values? Oh, I didn't break the leg
Not
off.
me,
I
I'm
broke the
colorblind.
solder joint on both sides. Wow. Oh,
No,
that's gonna
that's
be.
what I was saying earlier. That solder joint was
Oh, that's
really cruddy. That looks like somebody's repair job.
Yeah, this is gonna be a potential challenge. I just put a little bit of pressure on it to try and push it away from the nubbin, and it just immediately snapped the solder joint on the opposite side. Which I think is that one. So I need to get the soldering iron out and warm. And I got to try and figure out what value this thing is. Yeah, dry joint on both sides. Yep, that's exactly what it was. The solder is actually still stuck to the... I don't want the flash on for that. And I don't know what... I don't even know which cap this is. So I can't even figure out on the schematic what the value is supposed to be. Yeah, Tom T, the stream still says it's up on my end. All right, let me get the soldering iron warming up, because we're definitely gonna have to fix this.
At least with it out completely, it'll be easier to reposition the leads inside to give yourself more room to work in.
Yeah, I just got to see if I've got a replacement cap for this. Yeah, Philip, the schematic does list time-based position versus capacitor, but I don't know what this capacitor connects to. The wafer switch is not labeled, obviously, and it's very hard to figure out. Yeah, mica caps are definitely hard to find, but you can replace them with like normal modern caps, not electrolytics, but like modern high voltage. I guess those are also mica, huh? Yeah, there's a way to read these. Like there's certainly a way to read the colors on these.
Do you have one of those little component tester critters?
Oh, I do have an LCR meter around here somewhere.
Yeah, do you have enough legs left to stick it on a meter?
Yeah. I just got to get the meter. All right. Let's see what this LCR meter makes of it.
Found a website that did seem to have a similar body structure for caps with the color codes.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see here. The LCR meter says it is 4.862 nanofarads. What does that come out to in microfarads? 0.004 microfarad. Or 400 and, oh, it doesn't even list picofarad. Yeah, so 4.8 nanofarads or 0.00405 microfarads. What is the schematic listed in? Those are probably, well, I don't know what they're listing it in. 1 microfarad. They've got 1.1, 0.01, and then they list 1,000, which is probably picofarads. They don't have any that are in the 4 range. All right, Reese, let's check out your color codes here.
I couldn't figure out whether your capacitor was right side up or upside down as to which way it goes.
Yeah, so there's a little arrow on there. So read the first dot, read the first digit dot, read the second digit dot, and apply it to the first digit. Read the multiplier. Lastly, read the tolerance dot. The tolerance dot on mine would be white. Does it have a list of what the colors? Yeah, there we are. So the type is white, which I guess means mica. The first digit looks like brown. So that's going to be a 1. The second digit is red, which is a 2. The third digit is also red, which is a multiplier, times 100. Which, again, doesn't match what my thing is saying. Right? Do I got that right? 1, 2 times 100. That should be 1200, right? Which would be 1200 picofarad, which would be like 1.2 nanofarad or something like that. Am I doing that? Am I mathing that math correctly?
Sounds right.
Oh, 47. Yeah, 47 could make some sense. This definitely looks like it could be a 47, and I'm reading it as a 48. It said S5-2. Oh, I got it. 0.47 microfarad. But this is like a 0.047, so it'd actually be either the 4700 or the 470. So this is either C53 or C54, maybe. That might make sense. Let's see if I can figure out how this thing went in there. So I can figure out which. Oh, what a terrible place to have this fault. All right, I'm pretty sure, like I might be able to get some flying leads or something onto this guy and get the same cap back in, just not in the same place. Or I could go grab my my proper caps and replace it like it's supposed to be. That's probably what I should do. I can probably find one that measures out the same. As 4.7 nanofarad. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what we'll do. What's up, Bob? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna set the microphone down right quick. You guys keep yourself entertained. I'll be right back. All my nice caps are inside, so I'll go grab those right quick.
Does anyone have thoughts on the California law that they passed requiring age verification APIs in all operating systems?
It's basically like the equivalent of demanding that all bookstores ask for people's age at the door.
Well, the crazy part is, it isn't clear if it's desktop only.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, it's pretty vague. But yeah,
I mean,
it's likely to be unconstitutional. I would yeah. I would imagine that it would be unconstitutional, because I know a judge, the judge who granted an injunction for a similar but even broader. Well, no, I guess broader, more restrictive in some ways, and specific to mobile in Texas. But yeah, a judge basically said, "Oh, it's like demanding that bookstores and check people's ID at the door, and also requiring parents to approve any book that a minor buys." Even that's what they said. It's like,
oh yeah, and the thing is, it just doesn't mandate that the operating system has a service for it. It mandates an API to all applications. And it mandates any online application have an API so that any service or website can request that data through the application from the operating system. It's insanity.
Yeah, it's like at least it should be considered as flying in the face of the First Amendment. I would think
the kids are going to figure out how to spoof that API real quick.
Well, and the only verification requires is at the time of account creation, you have to answer a question. Are you under 13? Are you between 13 and 16? Are you between 16 and 18? Or are you over 18? It's crazy.
I feel like I missed something.
California passed a law requiring that all operating systems have user age verification at the time of account creation, and that they have an API to provide that information to all applications, and that any application that communicates over the internet provide, on request of the service on the other end, the information from the operating system.
Okay.
What this has resulted in is Midnight BSD has updated their license terms to say that it is no longer for use in the state of California after January 1st, 2027. The open source HP-48 calculator operating system has also said that as of that date, it's no longer for use in California, and as of a year later, it's no longer for use in Colorado, because Colorado is also passing a law that does the same thing just a year later.
Yeah, the other requirement is anything that can be considered an app store, which just is anything that allows you to download any third-party application. So this includes ports and apt under Debian. Has to have an age classification for every available program, and has to automatically use the age information to verify that applications that are classified as for adults can only be installed by adults.
So GitHub is going to require this. You know, the RPM database for Red Hat applications are going to require this. This is just
Yeah,
crazy.
it's likely to be again, it's likely to be considered unconstitutional. It's similar to at least if that injunction in against the Texas law actually holds up. Yeah, they said that's also requiring that every application have an age rating is compelled speech. Like they said that's compelled speech and it's unconstitutional because of that.
I'm thinking this basically bans FTP servers. It makes it illegal to offer software for download on an HTML 1.0 page.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's similar to. It's like, yeah, basically demanding every bookstore ask your age at the door, which should be considered unconstitutional.
In other news, I heard there was this fellow who disliked that someone criticized what he said on YouTube, and he filed a copyright infringement thing because the person had used part of his video in their criticism. YouTube once ruled against that, saying that was fair use, which they never do. So what this fellow has done is he's suing them for breaking the Digital Millennium Copyright Act because by putting their video in in the criticism video, they've had to download it, and that technically circumvents some of the digital safeguards, and that's illegal because
and here's where that precedent, if that lawsuit goes forward, is bad. It would ban all stream capture and streaming software, basically, because, for example, OBS right now is making a copy of the video that's being streamed from Usagi's camera and sending it to Twitch after re-encoding it. That would be illegal under that interpretation of the DMCA. And yeah, Louis Rossman's had some good videos on that. So if you're interested in that, definitely go check out Louis's videos on it.
that's where I saw it.
Yeah, and it's also programs like YouTube Downloader are they're basically DMCA violations anyway. So, but it's an interesting conundrum because the software itself, just writing the software, has resulted in people being charged, and there's some lawsuits on it. It's a heck of a mess. There was a garage door opener company that sued a company that's making a compatible interface to trigger their garage door openers without paying them a license and going through their API. And it was considered circumvention of a safeguard to do so, even though it was for interoperability.
All right, so I'm gonna steer us back onto topic right quick here. I don't have a replacement 4.7 nanofarad, but I do have a replacement 3.3 nanofarad. So the question is, how precise does that nanofarad cap have to be? So I think that's the 4700 nanofarad cap that I've currently got out. It does look like I've got R145A as an adjustment, so I could maybe adjust it back in. Or I could attach some flying leads to the original cap that came out. Yeah, Philip, that's what I was thinking, is that it needs to be really precise. All right, that makes life a little more interesting.
I mean, if you can attach flying leads to that cap and it's still good, that's probably the best way to do it, because it is a mica cap, and the tolerances are specific to the circuit.
the cap's still totally fine. It's just, it's in a really, really narrow and hard to get to spot. And I don't want to short something out, but yeah, I think you're right. I think it definitely is. I need to go for some flying leads here.
There won't be a whole lot of current involved there, so I mean, you could make some makeshift twisted wire to take care of any possible, signal issues, and you could extend the wire and make it a little longer, and it should have no impact on the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I'm going to do. The trick is just trying to get the wire not to short on anything.
Well, yeah, you can use some instant wire if you can get in there and solder it.
Yeah, I think maybe I can get you down to here-ish. I mean, I've done this before in a different place. I actually used thicker wire than this to try and hold it in place too. I wonder if I've got some, I don't know where I got that thicker copper wire from though. So to show you guys, while I try to figure out what kind of wire I can use for this, this is the region that I'm working in inside of this top left corner here. I wonder, maybe I can get, without flying leads, maybe I can just barely get this thing back into there.
Is it going to clear the wiper?
Well, that was the problem, is that it wasn't, that was the original problem, right? It wasn't clearing the wiper. So apparently one of the times that I had picked it up, I had maybe my finger had slipped into there and just pushed it out of the way enough that it was hitting the wiper. It's apparently a pretty tight fit. Let me get some needle nose pliers going on here. And I think the way that they would have done this originally is that the whole wiper, the whole switch assembly would have been outside of the thing.
That is quite an assembly there.
Yeah. I don't know if I can get that assembly out very easily. I mean,
It's
I can
about
see,
6 inches long.
yeah, I can see there's one screw on the back here, and there's probably a nut on the front here with two. I mean, that's the right way to do it, is to slide that whole thing out and solder it up properly, and then slide it back in. Slide it back. And this guy looks like it's about to short out on something too.
At first, I thought that was the capacitor you were talking about.
Oh, no. I replaced this one forever ago. I don't remember why. Oh, because that was a Bumblebee cap that was split. So all the Bumblebee caps on this thing got replaced. Yeah. All right. Let me try to get an Allen key onto this thing. If I can get that switch out with minimal effort, that's the real ticket here. Let me see if I can find my Allen wrenches now. We've rearranged the garage so thoroughly that I'm not really sure where stuff is anymore.
Nothing makes it harder to find things than reorganizing everything.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got the room kind of, AJ and I got the room kind of finished up on Tuesday. But then I spent the next 3 days cleaning up the rest of the garage. I think that's going to be too big of an Allen wrench.
So does that mean this is another weekend without a new Usagi video?
Oh, no. I'm most of the way through editing one.
Oh, cool.
It's gonna go up tomorrow. Although I think I'm gonna be. Ooh, that does fit. All right, excellent. I think I'm gonna be maybe a little late tomorrow because I got a couple of friends coming by around noon, which is gonna delay things, but that's cool because I'd rather hang out with them.
I do have to say that the interior of that scope looks just as crunchy as I expected a 70-year-old piece of test equipment to look.
Yeah, it's very crunchy. All right, I've got that plenty loose. Why won't you slip off, huh?
Are there 2 set screws on that one?
Oh, yep, good catch.
Yeah, I was going to say there might be another one 90 degrees off.
It's not 90 degrees. It's about 45 degrees off. Give it back. There we go. Getting that aligned up perfectly is going to be a fun challenge. Now I need a socket, I guess, or maybe I might be able to get away with a pair of pliers here. If I could find my pliers. They're not where they're supposed to be. Maybe I can get these guys to work. All right. And then we need to open the door and loosen up this screw on the top, which has a nut on the inside. Don't lose the nut, don't lose the nut. There it is. Okay. All right, that should be free and clear except for, yep, there we go. Except for wires, but that shouldn't be a deal breaker. I say it shouldn't, but there's not enough slack in the wires to get it out, but I can kind of rotate it here, which means I can now kind of get to where I need to be, I think, which is that one there and this one up here. So I think I can go. I did a good job of cramming this into such a tight space. I think I can come up through, let's see here. Maybe I can straighten this guy out. Straighten that guy up a bit.
Would a little gob of blue tack or plasticine help hold that in place while you're working on it?
Well, one leg is a lot longer than the other. So if I can just get it into place, that leg will hold it where I need it to be. The trick is getting it into place. And I think I'm on the right wafer. I can't really tell. I thought I got lucky there, but I did not. Just trying to tack it on one side so I can mount the other side rigidly and then come back and fix the tack on the front side. Too. I can't get anything to stick to the wafer.
Get some fresh solder in there, and some maybe a little flux.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just filthy. So I was trying to get some fresh solder onto it, but I think I might need to clean it or scuff it or something. Oh, I see what happened. The eyelet broke off completely. Oh, well, that's not ideal.
Oh, off of the switch?
No, off of the part on the wafer that I'm trying to solder to. That's why I'm having such a hard time getting to it, because there should be an eyelet that comes up off of it. And I can't solder to that eyelet because it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, the wireless capacitor probably doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, all capacitors are wireless.
Oh, yeah, but very precisely.
Yes, true. You didn't mention precision. Let's see if I can build that up again. Broken wafer was not what I was expecting to do today. All right, let's go back to plan A. I realize you guys can't see a whole lot, but don't worry, neither can I. We're kind of in the same boat here. All right, let's get this side of it next. All right, I think I've got a connection going on there. Let me see if I can try to fix it until it's broken. All right, let's try to get that back in place. See if I can give the wafer switch a couple of rotations there. Make sure everything clears. Come on now. All right. It's great. I dropped another blob of solder on my carpet. I've got one over on the other side of the room from when I was working on the UE1 that's been there for over a year. Like, I have a hard time getting solder to stick to metal, but man, I sure can get solder to stick to carpet. Come on. There we go. All right. Let's get this back on the front here. And now I got to figure out how to line this guy back up again. I was pointing somewhat in this direction, maybe there. Just taking a guess. I should have been paying attention. Oh, I crushed it. Nailed it perfectly. Go me.
Awesome.
Yeah. This is 100% luck. Okay. Let's rotate this thing around. Yep, not hitting our cap. It's hitting a different one, but that's an electrolytic in the background. I think I can bend it out of the way without any problems. Nothing else seems to be hitting. Let's give it a shot. Put this guy back on here in a minute. Let's flip you on. All right. Now, this whole time, my oscilloscope over here should have been putting out a signal. So as soon as this thing warms up, it should get a nice little sine wave on it. There we go. Looks like we're scooted off to the left there. Our sine wave is booking it. Oh no. That didn't fix our problem. Okay, so 1 microsecond per division is still broken. Everything else seems to work.
Maybe the being shorted to that cap damaged something?
Possible. Suppose get this guy pointed back in the right direction. Get it on. I don't know what the right direction for this one is. All right, take it easy, Philip. All right, so again, yeah, we're back down to what is unique about 1 microsecond per division that's causing it to break? Because even that cap that I just replaced should have been affecting 3 different, or I didn't replace that, I just resoldered. I mean, I can see that like my 3 neons kick off, like completely turn off whenever I'm at 1 microsecond per division. So what 3 neons are those? Where's my print schematics at? So there's, what are those? What are you guys written for me? 96. So I've got 3 neons that are in series. Yeah, Roy, we didn't make it worse, at least. All right, so there's 3 neons in series that are for the feedback integrator. And whenever I'm in 1 microsecond per division, those 3 neons turn off. So the question is when I go to 1 microsecond per division, does that switch do something other than what we're looking at? Yeah, Tom T, the cap didn't have anything to do with the 1 microsecond sweep, but that cap was shorting out to the rotator ball on the wafer switch, which may have, my initial thinking was that may have been pulling a different part of the circuit to the wrong level. But that, again, appears not to be the case. But yeah, looking at the schematics, I don't see anything unique to 1 microsecond per division. It's everything. It's shared with a bunch of stuff. Unless there's, man, I don't even see anything that unique on the far side here. Yeah, so 1 microsecond per division is number 21, right? And 21, 20, and 19 are all fed by a 470K coming from Z minus 150, I guess. So you got a 470K pull down to minus 150 on 21. And then 16 through 24 are all tied together for the calibration vernier and whatnot. 21 and 24 are shared into 120. Then 21, 19, 20, and 21 go through C62 with C6A, I think. And then 21, 22, and 23 are all shared together to head on out to the rest of the real world. So I agree that there is nothing unique about 1 microsecond per division, and yet that's the only one that is broken. So there must be something unique about it. Question is, what? So, Tom T, if you look on the schematic for the sweep generator schematic, which is on page 52 of the PDF, depending on which PDF you've got, on the far right side of it, there is 3 neons in a row, 13, 14, and 15, that say 170 volts across them. though that's part of the feedback integrator circuit thing. It's really confusing. Those three are on for every position except for 1 microsecond. Once I get to 1 microsecond, they just shut off completely. And then when I get beyond 1 microsecond, they come right back. No big deal. Yeah. I don't think that's an indication of the problem, but I think that's saying that whenever we're in 1 microsecond, the sweep generator effectively turns off. So why are we not generating a sweep when we're in 1 microsecond? Which is, let's go to like 1 microsecond, maybe play with the sync here. No, messing with the sync doesn't do anything. Also, if I thought, like, also, I feel like if the sweep were truly dead, I would have just a singular line. But I've got like 3 divisions worth of line. Yeah, Kalar, a bad contact on the rotor switch is definitely a possibility, but I don't particularly know which exact contact that would be. Let me see if I can hunt that down. It's not any of those. That's just the ball for that. 2, 1, which are fine. Yeah, that one passes through. So it wouldn't be on that one. 2, 1. That one wouldn't affect it. Up there. Yeah, if I was having a bad contact on a switch, I don't know which one it would be. A lot of the switches seem to be shared across multiple contacts, which is kind of why I was looking at the schematic, because like if we had a bad contact, the wiper would be bad for all of them, maybe? Hang on. Yeah, that contact's touching for all 3 of those. That one must be good. Could be that contact down there. That one looks to be pretty... then again, like those two touch that
Got
same
an
contact switch.
unselected
But then again,
contact. How many volts come into this switch?
I don't know. Does it not say on the schematic? It looks like you've got.
And it just it's not high voltage, is it?
I'm pretty sure that you've got negative 150 on there somewhere.
Okay, but it's within the limit. What I'm thinking is an unselected switch position should have voltage on it if you measure it with a meter to ground. Just as a sanity check, do you see any voltage at that pad when it's not? So you should be able to probe the pad itself when it's not selected. The wiper is not in your way.
The thing is that I don't know which pad is which. Like I have no concept of which pads go to where because this thing is incredibly dense and nothing is labeled.
Oh, I thought we could tell where it was from the position of the wiper.
No, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 wafer switches on this singular switch here. And they all have multiple contacts, multiple wipers with multiple resistors and capacitors surrounding them.
Okay, so it's too hard to see it. All right, never mind.
Well, it's. I mean, I can see most of the contacts. I just don't know which contact I need to be paying attention to. Because there's a lot of contacts. Reese, I'm not entirely sure where you're headed with that line of questioning.
Oh, I was just wondering if it was possible to just bypass that wafer switch position and make it look like it's actually connected and see if it works. Then it'll tell you if it's the switch that's the problem or something else is the problem.
Again, I think that circles us back around to the same problem as before, and that that wafer, when it's in that particular position, is making 6 different contacts across all of the wafers, and I'm not entirely sure how I would go about bypassing that.
Okay, ignore me then.
Yeah, we'd need the answer to the one question.
Yeah, Tom T, there's definitely multiple voltage sources. There's a lot of ways that we can get in trouble here. And there's no guarantee that this problem is a fresh problem. It's entirely possible that when I did the original series, this was a problem and I just didn't film it because it was a pain in the butt and I didn't want to troubleshoot it. Because I was like, well, I can get around it. So I mean, one thing I can do is I can like shut it off and spray contact cleaner on all the contacts and just spin the thing around a little bit. But I would have thought that, you know, doing it multiple times, we may have had cleared that connection by now. But I mean, it's entirely possible that just operating the switch won't clear the connection. If we're having a bad connection, that is. Oh, let's see here. Where's an 82 picofarad capacitor in the middle of this thing? So I've got a switch that seems to be connecting to that 82 PF cap. And that might give us some insight if which switch I'm on. So C62. Yeah, I'm making a connection. So position 20 should be 2 microseconds. 20, what is that? Position 20, 21, 22, 3. So 21, 22, and 23 appear to make that connection? Or did I go the opposite direction? 21, 20, 19. Okay. Yeah, so those three I can see are making the connection to 82. So 19, 20, and 21. I can see that particular wafer making connection to the 82 picofarad. It goes to pin 7 of the V13 integrator switch. What's that? There's V10, there's V12, there's V14. Where the heck did V13 go? V12, V14. There we go. V13 is a 6AL5. Which is a double diode. That little guy right there. Yeah, Mr. Chibil. I like old analog scopes too, but this one is this one's fighting us. Can't seem to figure out what is unique about 1 microsecond that's causing it to fail. Right. So one thing I was looking at was the purple wire says it goes to pin 7 of the V13 integrator switch. Yeah, but again, that, I mean, if it's bad for one, it should be bad for all, right? Like it should be bad for 21, 20, and 19, which would be 1 mic, 2 mic, and 5 mics. Yeah, Meatball 1, Caddy is short for Cadillac, man. Oh, why do we have just a little bit going on there? See, Atkalar says, with the trace wiggling off the screen to the left, it's most likely a missing timing component. And the oscillator noise at one end, either close to ground or close to P+, is my best. So I'm still thinking the timing components get disconnected from the circuit in that one position. I think you're right, Atkalar. I think you're totally on point. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I think to kind of paraphrase or rephrase what you're saying, I think what's happening is whenever we're in this position, the sweep generator dies for whatever reason. Now, what could cause the sweep generator to die when it's in this particular position? If position 21 had a short to ground, but if one of the position 21s had a short to ground, it would affect multiple other positions. So the problem that I'm coming up against is that I can't bloody figure out. Take a look at the scope on the 6AL5 to see what happens between 1 microsecond, 2 microseconds, and 5 microseconds. Tom T, that's a good suggestion. Where do you propose we check on that 6AL5? It's a little hard for me to check. I would have to check on one of the resistors around it. I could probably check R89. I think that's what that is. Yeah, I think I could check on R89 or R131. Let me get a scope probe out here. I'm willing to bet that we just see it die completely, though, because there's so much like it's just one giant feedback loop, right? So a problem in one place propagates to everywhere, which makes the thing really hard to troubleshoot. But all right, take it easy, Charles. Yeah, I'll see if I can get the voltage. I might be able to get the scope set up in such a way that it can read that. We'll definitely keep it in 10x mode here. And I need to find a suitable ground, I guess. I don't know where anything is anymore, unfortunately. I used to have all of my alligator clips figured out. Oh, there we go. That'll work. All right. Yeah, the thing, Roy, is that like I'm looking through the schematic and I can't see anything that's dedicated to the 1 microsecond time base. Not on the switch, at least. I don't recognize anything deeper in the circuit, but I'm pretty sure the case is going to count as ground here, so we're just going to hook onto that for now. And I can check, I think, what did I say? R89, which is a 47K. See if I can find R89 and get onto it without shocking myself. There's R86, R85. Ooh, R89 is a big boy. What's the other side of R89 look like? Well, I suppose if nice little square wave on R89 there. All right, I don't know if you can see that. This is on R89. When I'm in a time base that works, I get a nice little square wave that lines up with that time base. But when I'm in 1 microsecond, I get this madness, which is way slower and doesn't look like a square wave at all. And doesn't make any sense to me. But outside of 1 microsecond, every time base looks exactly the same except for, you know, the frequency. I think I might be. Let me turn the wave generator off here. Oh, I need to turn the wave generator on. So that way I have a signal going in. See, R131 would be best because it's connected directly to the switch. All right, I can try to find our R131. R134, R123, R132. I gotta scoot the camera away for a second. See if I can find R131 here. R128, R135. I have found R134, R132, R135. New R131 yet. R118, R130. So I found everything around R131 except for R131 itself. Oh, got it. Sync. What is R131 supposed to be? What value is that? Green, blue, black is what I've got. It's 56. Green, blue. Yeah, I think that's 56. All right, that's on to 131. I don't know what side of R131 I'm supposed to be connected up to. I think I'm also... still in AC coupling. Well, both sides of R131 look pretty much the same. Let me change this from AC coupling to DC coupling and see what our DC offset is. Well, really not that bad. Our DC offset is like -2 volts. Get that trigger down there. Let's see if they're both similar here. Yeah. All right, so 131. Ooh. Pretty much, okay, so R131, when it's in a functional state, sits at about... It's a very strange looking waveform. But again, changes frequency with the frequency of the time base, unless we get to 1 microsecond. And then it seems to be stuck at a little over 1 volt, while the rest are down at this interesting waveform at centered around -2 volts. So when we get to 1 microsecond, R131 goes to positive voltage, but the rest of the time R131 is at about -2 volts. So 1 microsecond pulls that up above 1 volt. So I'm not entirely, so 131 does go directly to the switch, as well as pin 7, it looks like. Yeah, so Tom, I think I think you're on the right track here. But again, I'm not entirely sure that this is a problem with where we're looking, because it's all just one giant feedback loop, right? It just can't figure out what's unique about 1 microsecond. That's what's bothering me the most here. We would need a very specific singular wafer to be bad, which is, I suppose, possible. Yeah, I think the problem is on the switch. Let me flip it off here. And just let me douse the whole thing in contact cleaner and give it a couple of rotations, and we might be able to potentially bring it back to life. Hopefully I got enough contact cleaner here. I'm just trying to find all the contacts that might possibly be making connection. I almost want to put a little bit of oil on that rotator ball. All right, let's see if that made any difference. Yeah, I didn't have any grease close by, Tom. I just had, but I have a little oiler there. I was mostly just trying to get it to shut up while I was making 9 million rotations through it. All right, that's at 5 mics, 2 mics. Nope, still broken at 1 mic. Good at 0.5 mics. So that made 0 difference, 0 change whatsoever. So if it's a bad contact, it's a truly, truly bad contact. I don't know how I would repair that. It's not like I got spare wafer contacts floating around. Also, is like nobody talking, or is my thing just totally dead? I'm just assuming nobody's
We're all
talking.
being pretty quiet.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Wait, I think I just lost all my audio anyways.
It does sound like you're on the laptop.
Yeah, it suddenly reset everything. What the heck? Yeah, it just completely disconnected everything. Absolutely everything. Like audio, like all my audio. And my microphone is now wrong as well. My headset's wrong. I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear it through the headphones?
No, yeah, they completely disconnected.
It's like Bluetooth.
Yeah, the batteries didn't die on them. They still seem alive. Let me reconnect. Yeah, connected. Great. All right, somebody talk. Let me see if I'm back on the right stuff.
Yeah, well, hopefully it starts
No,
working.
definitely not back on the right stuff. It says I'm connected, but you're coming out of the laptop speakers, and it is also, it just suddenly doesn't recognize anything. Doesn't recognize that thing. Oh, because I'm dumb. That's the wrong laptop. What am I doing?
Oh,
Yeah, I clicked I'm on the wrong laptop. That's what happened. All right. Let me come back over to this laptop. Yeah.
so
There we go.
now that you're looking at the right laptop,
Yeah, so what happened was I clicked the Friday Night Lights thing on the other laptop.
For
and
us on Discord, he got kicked off the stage. So
Yeah.
it will be a minute for us to hear him. It's a one-sided conversation for now. Discord's
Yeah.
having
Oh,
a weird
yeah.
time right now.
yeah, Usagi has dropped from the stage.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Can y'all hear
There
me
he is.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that was dumb. So I accidentally clicked the Friday Night Lights channel on the other laptop, and it immediately, without even asking for confirmation, disconnected me from the primary laptop, connected me on the secondary laptop, and switched all of my audio to that. So you guys were coming through.
Oh, yeah, we'll do
Twitch.
that.
You guys. Yeah, but I think we're still good. I think
It'll
we're
do
still,
that with mobile
yeah,
devices.
but I
too.
think we're. Yeah, Discord had some prioritization problems going on there, but I think I'm back on the correct microphone on OBS, and I can hear you guys on here. So okay, crisis averted. Twitch still has audio. That's good.
Okay. Now that makes sense at least.
Yeah, I forgot that I had two laptops going on.
So this wasn't Linux's.
No, this time it wasn't Linux's fault. As much as I would like to blame Linux.
Linux to blame. Twitch.
Yeah. It was completely my fault. Apparently, if you click Friday Night Lights on the wrong laptop, it just goes, "Oh, he's over here now. We'll just disconnect him from the other one." Yeah, too many laptops is what's going on.
Are you still considering building? Yeah. Are you still considering building a small streaming PC to put in your lab there?
No, I just don't have room for it. The dual laptop thing, you know, the secondary laptop here is just supposed to be so I can like look at schematics and stuff while we're talking and maybe read Twitch chat. I think I don't have space for a dedicated stream PC, but I think if I could just maybe someday I'll buy a new laptop that'll be better at it. I don't know. I think MX Shift is going to come visit here in a week or so. So I think I'll sit down and chat with MX Shift about potentially good streaming solutions in here. Because I mean, I would like to also upgrade the camera at some point. Like, this is not a terrible camera, but it's at the end of the day, it's a webcam. It's not a streaming camera, right? Yeah, I don't know
The other thing to look into would be a Pi 5.
Yeah, Raspberry Pi, I think is potentially a good solution. They're pretty small, and you can hide them in places. So there's options. The trick is getting me to spend money on something that is not an old toy for the room.
Well, and unfortunately, the run up in RAM and storage prices has made even, you know, the cheap mini PCs $100 more expensive.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm not so sure how much streaming performance the GPU on a Raspberry Pi has, especially when you're HD streaming. So,
yeah, you specifically have to have the Pi 5, and it has a build of OBS that's specific to it that is supposed to be able to do HD streaming.
yeah, I mean, and there's the Pi 500, which is a Pi 5 built into a little keyboard, so it's kind of an all-in-one computer. Those are kind of neat.
All right. What is
But
C57 here? So I found once upon a time, I was smart, and I printed out the wafer switch wiring diagram, so I can actually find the specific pinouts on the wafers that I'm looking for here. But I don't think the numbers are lining up like I was expecting them to. Because I thought that if I'm looking at the schematics here, hey, open Sesame, all right. So if I'm looking at the schematics here, the 1 microsecond sweep time is pin 21 on the switch. But if I'm looking at the sweep time centimeter switch S5 here. Pin 21 goes through C57, but on the schematic, that doesn't make any sense. C57 doesn't involve 21 at all. It's pins 10, 11, and 12. So there's a big fat discrepancy there. This 21 also touches C53, which again feels like the wrong C. C53, again, that shows it as 10, 11, 12. So maybe I've got a revision discrepancy going on. Yeah, at Kalar, that's the issue that we're running into was particularly when we were looking at the power supply. The schematics, we had to check like 3 different schematics to find which one that applied, and they weren't the same. Tom T, mine has 5 variable caps on it. So C 61, 64, 67, 65 are on a little PCB. And then I've got a larger variable cap that is in parallel with an 82 picofarad cap. Yeah, so that's going to be C61. So C61 and C62 are in parallel. And those are the ones that's on this guy right here. I was going to give C61 a little wiggle, but it's completely frozen up. Probably for the best. That thing was probably adjusted to be a very specific thing and doesn't want me mucking about with it. But also, I don't think if C61 or C62 were bad, it would affect all 3, not just one. And that's going to be, where's that at? C63, C61 and C62 are this guy here, which is going from pin 6 to pin 6. Which seems wrong. Seems like the sweep time schematic that I printed out doesn't match schematic here. Maybe scroll down a little bit. Maybe I can find it in here. Oh, there we go. No. Yeah, I think this schematic that is correct for my revision didn't have that one, so I printed it from a different revision schematic, and it looks like the numbers are going to be different. Yeah, Kalar, I can get a picture of the wafers right quick. Not that you can discern anything from it, because it is a dense, complex nightmare. Yeah, Tom, the Eckler, I shared the picture in Friday Night Twitch, by the way. Tom, yeah, the left side of C61, C62 definitely goes to feed our well, left and right side, both of those are going into our circuit. But the thing about that is that, like, if C61 or C62 were bad, we would have an atrocious connection on, or we would have the issue on what is this? 21. We would have the issue on 2 and 5 microseconds as well. Aquilar, they just use like the standard wafer switch connections, which is just like a little bent over piece of metal that has a curve into it and then a wiper that slides between it. Like, I don't see a situation where C61 and C62 work fine for 2 and 5 mics, but not fine for 1 mic, because they're all ganged together. They're all tied together. This one definitely doesn't match up. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's a D. So it looks like D front goes to C rear. My numbers are different here, but I think that's fine. Yeah. And you could just poke at the contact slightly when it's turned on, just so we can rule out the part. Yeah, I mean, it's a solid idea. I mean, my screwdrivers aren't plastic tipped, but they are high voltage insulated, so I could use that if I was very careful to push on it, as long as I don't short the tip of the screwdriver out. But again, we've come full circle in that I don't know which contacts to push on. I mean, I guess I could push on all the contacts. That's kind of the brute force way of doing it. I don't think I have a pure plastic tool around here, but I can put the smallest flathead that I've got on here on it, and that's pretty close. These things are insulated up to 1,000 volts. Yeah, Aquilar, that's the thing, is that the 21 position could... Yeah, Aquilar, that's... What was that?
A wooden dowel would do.
I don't have a wooden dowel handy either. I don't know. I mean, I could run inside and get a toothpick, but I mean, I think these things are probably going to be fine. So let me see if I can figure out what needs to be making contact where. I could also cover these in tape. I need to find, so the trick is to like find a contact that makes or breaks purely on, yeah, that one looks potentially sauce. Yeah, let me, I guess, cover this in some tape here. Yeah, there are tabs, but the tabs have wide wafers that go underneath them. But I did find one that looks like it might be worth looking at. Let me just insulate this a little bit with some tape here. That way I can dodge potential shorts. Yeah, I'm not going to use electrical tape because I'm lazy. I'm just going to use this blue tape, but something is better than nothing, right? All right. There is one wafer here that is potentially worth looking at. But pushing on it doesn't make any changes. So I think that wafer's probably fine. One a little bit. Yeah, that wafer's fine. Nothing on that side makes connection. Yeah, Bob, the tube hold down clips are awesome. I don't know what they were planning on you doing with this thing, but they were ready for the tubes not shaking loose. So that wafer makes connection, which connects up to that one there. I don't know if I can get to that. Yeah, pushing on that doesn't make any difference. Oh. Ah, I'm on 2 microseconds, not 1 microsecond. Dang, I got hope there for a second. I was on the wrong one. Yeah, pushing on that one doesn't do anything. I don't know what a DNG file is. That supposed to be a PNG file? It's also like 22 megs or 22. Yeah, that seems awfully big.
I think that's like a raw that's like a raw format, I think is what it is.
All right. At Color, so the contacts are on both the front and back sides of the switches. You have contacts on both sides of the wafers. There are 4 wafers, A, B, C, and D, and there's contacts on the front and back of both. Now, I don't think that we have a bad contact. I'm going to go on record and say that. But it's entirely possible that we have a bad connection from one contact to another. Like one of the times when I had this thing out or I was wrenching on it, I broke a connection and I'm just not seeing it, or I bent something into something else that's creating a short. Yeah, the individual tabs are on the outside. That's what you're getting at. Okay. So yeah, I've been pushing on a bunch of individual tabs that are unique, that are, you know, get pushed up when I'm in the 1 microsecond, and nothing seems to make any difference. And I'm willing to bet that our tabs are fine. I'm just thinking that we've got a bad wire connection somewhere, or I tweaked or pushed something and I'm creating a short at one specific location, or when I replaced a cap, I got something wonky. So I think likely the contacts are fine, but we have a bad connection somewhere, right? Because on the schematic it shows like three things being tied together here or there, but they're not actually the same wafer. They just tie those like wafers together. They tie like multiple wafers together, or they make connections with jumper wires and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff floating around, flying around in here. And it's entirely possible that I accidentally bent something into something else. And I just don't know what, or don't see it. Yeah, I mean, I can pull the switch out again, but I don't know if that's gonna let me see much. Yeah, Eckler, let me see if I can get a better picture. I'm not sure if your diagram is matching up with how these things are actually constructed here. See if I can get it to focus. Yeah, here we go. All right, Acklar, there's a picture of what the actual switch looks like. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull this thing out one more time, and we're just gonna take a nice long visual inspection of it. See if I can see any wires shorted to any other wires. So that's pointing at 0.1 currently. Roy, that mica cap wasn't bad. I just broke the connections on it. But I got the connections repaired, so. And that mica cap is unrelated to the problem that we're currently seeing. So, like Tom was saying, I don't think that's our suspect at the moment. Yeah, Edklar, I think that's the issue that we're seeing is that they've gotten creative with how they group the connections. So it's really hard to figure out what's connected to what. I'm gonna post just some random pictures here. Maybe you guys will see something that I'm not. I unfortunately can't get it any further out because there's some wires soldered in place. Yeah, Roy, it was reading the right value per the schematic. We were getting 4.47 nanofarads, 4.7 nanofarads out of it, something like that. And that appeared to match the schematic. So we're pretty sure that the mica cap is fine. And mica caps don't really go bad. I've never had a mica cap go bad on me. This feels much more likely to be a mechanical issue from wrenching this thing around so much that I've got a wire somewhere making a connection that shouldn't be making. Yeah, I've got tons of mica caps on this thing, tons of mica caps and all sorts of the stuff that I've worked on from the 50s, and I've never had a single one go bad. All the replacement caps you see going on here were bumblebee caps, and those were all split and cracked and broken and had gone bad. I think that's a solid viable connection. Yeah, I just got so many wires crisscrossing through this thing. I wonder if that is not supposed to be like that. Hang on a sec. So there was a wire that looked like it might have been touching the backside of a contact. That could have been doing it. I'm assuming that wire was not supposed to touch the backside of that contact. Looks like I've bent it clear now. So that could have been a potential problem. So far, that's the only one that that's the only thing I've seen that's been a little suspect. I'll see if I can get a picture of what that wire was. All right, so in this photo I posted, there's a jumper wire. It's the only one that's in focus, actually. You can see it kind of pushed up tight up against the phenolic back plate or whatever it was. And it was kind of bent down. I pushed it up, but it was bent down. It looked like it might have been touching one of those two contacts behind it. And I don't think it's supposed to touch either of those. So I've got that bent clear now. What's up, Comrade Soul? So it might be worth tossing this thing back together, testing it and see if that changed anything. Unfortunately, our change test cycle takes a ton of time here. But I am getting faster at it. Oh. There we go.
I always love how the delay has something happen that we can hear, and then, a couple seconds later, it happens on screen.
Yeah, I think it's about a 20-second delay between the video and the Discord audio. So the Discord audio is quite fast. But the Twitch video has, and I'm not sure why Twitch has such a long delay. Might be a safety thing. I don't know. Maybe they buffered a little bit in case they need to cut the feed or something. Although I don't know. I mean, obviously nobody's monitoring this, but they probably got some kind of algorithm that's monitoring it.
I'd imagine there's some latency introduced by replicating the stream across their streaming servers to the clients.
Yeah, that could be it too. Yeah, Discord is, but I mean the Discord audio feels like it's almost instant. I mean, if there's a delay, it's in a very low latency.
I saw in the Discord announcement about postponing the age verification, the guy mentioned that he created it to hang out with his buddies and to be able to stream and talk. And so that kind of makes sense that they want a low latency.
Okay.
Also because it was intended for game playing, so you don't really want a whole lot of lag when you're trying to coordinate a raid or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense too. If you had a 20-second delay, that could end up with, characters losing a lot of loot. All right, looks like we're back to 2.5 microseconds working correctly. There it is. That was it. We fixed it. Hooray. So it was just a bent wire. We just had one little wire that was slightly bent, and it was making a short onto something else. So looks like we got our 1 microsecond back.
Hey, if that's all that gets accomplished tonight, that is an accomplishment with how much
That's a victory,
of
man.
a pain that was.
Yeah, that was hunted down. I don't even think that one was my fault. I mean, it might have been like once upon a time, but That wire looked like it was moldy and gross, like it'd been there for a while. But yeah, there we go. I've got them all now. All right, so we still got one more problem that I would kind of like to troubleshoot, if we can. And if I can do this without getting 5,000 volts to my dome. All right, we got one more problem, and that is the calibrator here. So the calibrator should be putting out some voltages, but if I take my scope probe here and I disconnect from there and there, and I check the calibrator, doesn't put out any voltage unless I'm at the 6.3 volt AC voltage level, which I gotta crank up. And it looks like the 6.3 volt looks terrible. Can't even get it to trigger on it. So our 6.3 volt AC coming out of the calibrator looks atrocious, at least on this scope. So I think we need to hook up the Mac Daddy scope and see what it's actually putting out, what it actually looks like. Hook up the big boy here. Yeah, it looks the same. I don't know what I was expecting. This one I could probably trigger off a line. Nope. Right. So those two look the same, but if I change the calibrator up, it's just flat dead. Calibrator doesn't work at all. Going back and forth between 10 and 20 gets me a spike. Let me take a single shot on that. But that spike is literally just massive amounts of noise. There's not really any information to be gained there. So now we need to look at what how the calibrator is generating voltage out of the front there. This is the adjustable signal generator, the waveform generator, I guess. So that's main vertical amp, sweep gen, main vertical amp, sweep generator, sweep time detail, horizontal amp, calibrator, and high voltage regulated power supply. So the calibrator is V32, a 6U8. I mean, I got a bunch of spare 6U8s, but let's see here, the switch. If you go to 6.3 volts, looks like it just pulls it off of the power lamp here, which is why we get that, but everything coming from the calibrator is totally dead. And that looks like it's just a 6U8, which is a triode pentode combo. But I don't know where that 6U8 is. So where is V? Whatever you are. I don't know what you are. calibrator V32 is on that back thing. Great. So this makes me wonder if I've got a dead 6U8 in the back here. Maybe the filament broke or something. I don't think the calibrator is used for anything else. Doesn't look like it. Here, J20, J21. That's V28, which would be a 60J8. There's V32, which would be our 6U8. That is our calibrator. It is lit up. Both filaments are on. So why are you fighting me, huh? What's going on up here? I wonder what does the calibrator connect through? Looks like J21 is where it gets some negative 78, where it gets its positive 130 and positive 400. Looks like there's a potentiometer involved in this as well, R290, which is a 500K. Suppose if that potentiometer had died, we would also have this same problem as our calibrator out there.
A 500K pot also has a fairly large range, so if it's dirty, it could cause trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm following you. Now I got to find out where that's at, though. It's on the other side. No, wait. Yeah, where is that? R290? I have no idea where R290 is located at. I don't see any potentiometers. I've got an, oh, there it is, cal adjust. So it's right on top. Let me give that a bit of a twiddle. See what happens. Yeah, we could just be... Could have been that I twiddled that at some point in time trying to figure out why something else wasn't working. And I just have pushed it beyond where it's supposed to be. So let's start with the easy stuff. Work our way up from here. You guys can see the scopes. So if we do get success on this, you guys should be able to see that. And I can look at the monitor. If I can get my screwdriver on it. No, that doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, I've gone through the full range of motion a couple of times and nothing coming out of it. No life on either of the scopes, it appears. All right, this is a much more difficult one to troubleshoot because there's 5,000 volts hanging out near it. So a slip of the probe could cause a big problem. What's up, Michael? 111111111. All right. Well, I mean, I suppose I could pop the plate off the back there. I really don't want to do that though. There's a lot of voltage on the back side of that thing. That's gonna make me super duper nervous. But I could check various pins of that 6U8 to see if it's oscillating. Because it looks just like an astable multivibrator, right? Oh, wait, no, the plates are tied together. The calibrator knob selector is just a resistor ladder. Try to figure out how this thing works. They've got some weird... Oh, so they created they created a multivibrator that... Okay, wait, no, the plates are tied together, but they're also both just tied to negative 78 volts. So those one are not plate, one cathode. So one cathode does not affect the other cathode. Yeah, Bob. I really don't want to play around with 5,000 volts. Now that it's past midnight. Yeah, Color, you might be right. Yeah, it does the cal adjust. You got a calibrator output that comes down, and that goes through a resistor ladder, but I don't know how that changes. Oh yeah, because the calibrator's putting out the exact same. You're right, Aguilar, 100%. The resistor ladder is just changing the output voltage. You're just creating a voltage divider that lets you go from 0.2 millivolts to 100 volts. So that's all the resistor ladder does. So it should be putting out the exact same oscillation the whole time. Yeah, Tom, the screen grid, yeah, the screen grid can be ignored. That's essentially just an electron accelerator. As can the suppressor grid, it can also be ignored. For some reason in my brain, Tom, I had it. For some reason in my brain, I was thinking that you could adjust the frequency of it, but you can't. That's where I was getting tripped up. You can adjust the voltage, not the frequency. Like Bob said, I'm starting to get tired. Yeah, I was trying to find some way in there that you could like change the RC time constant of the multivibrator to get it to cycle at a different speed, but no, it's a fixed 1 kilohertz calibrator, and you just change it on the output voltage. Yeah, I don't think the calibrator Aquilar, I don't think the calibrator switch is to blame here, because I haven't been anywhere near that switch during all of the troubleshooting that we've been doing. I've never had to fix anything on that switch. So I think it's unlikely that we have a mechanical issue on the switch, unlike, because I mean it's in the center right here where it's very hard to access. And I swear this calibrator worked at some point in time. But I suppose it's possible that a dirt dauber built a nest in the switch, and that's a problem that we're seeing. So maybe I'll shut it down and crack open the doors and see what I can see on the inside. We've had trouble with dirt daubers in different places on this thing, so I never checked the calibrator for a dirt dauber. Let me open up the other door here. Well, good news is there's no dirt daubers on the calibrator. I can see the resistor ladder. The fact that the calibrator just flat doesn't work at all. Oh, all right. There's a giant bumblebee cap on the calibrator. What is that? It is split right down the center too. I never replaced that one. So what capacitor's on the calibrator? On the calibrator switch itself. It's possible that the bumblebee cap on the calibrator went. Let me find the schematic for it again. After the sweep generator. After the horizontal, there it is. Calibrator and high voltage supply. Yeah, looks like it could be C118. Let me see if I can zoom in on the number here. Go ahead and get this guy warming up. Got a feeling I'm going to need it. Even if this isn't the problem, I feel like it's something that needs to be fixed. Yeah, let me see if I can get a picture of it. I didn't realize I had replaced pretty much every bumblebee cap on this thing. Let me get a little bit of flash action going on here. So if C118 were shorted or opened, I feel like that would definitely cause a problem, right?
Oh yes, that would definitely be less than ideal.
Yeah, if it were open, I don't think it would be killing the whole thing, because it's just a cap to ground. It's a 0.01 microfarad to ground. That was a terrible picture. Jesus. Let me see if I can get a better one without the flash, I guess. Cell phone cameras, man. Let me get a macro shot on it, maybe. All right, it's a little dark because it's deep in there. But you can see the crack a little better on it. Yeah, I think if it went open, I don't think it would cause the whole thing to die. But if it went short, that would effectively stop the multi-vibrator from vibrating, for sure. All right, that's a 0.01 microfarad. What is the 3-code capacitor for 0.01? The three digit capacitor code, is it a 104 or a 103? I feel like it's a 104.
Point 0.01 microfarad?
Yeah, 0.01 microfarad.
103?
It's a 103, okay. Thank you. I'm sure I've got a 103 in here somewhere. I just got to find it. I got a 203. That's a possibility if I can't find a 103. Oh, there we go. 103. Yahtzee. 103. Thank you, Bob. So there's my 103. Now I got to figure out how to get the other one out. It's in a super awkward spot. All right.
Now, does turning off the power switch on this make it safe for all voltages, or do you need to unplug it?
I should probably unplug it. It's safe for all voltages except for the fact that there is AC on the backside of this power switch, which has bit me more than once on this thing.
It's only 110 volts at 60 hertz. It's just a little tickle.
Yeah, it wakes you up. That's for sure. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare. HP, what are you doing to me, man? All right, I need potentially these guys. I think I'm just going to snip it and reuse the leads. I'm going to snip it right up next to the body. And make use of the existing leads. Yeah. Ooh. That cap is no good anymore. I cut it a little tight. I don't think I can get my LCR meter onto it because I wanted as much of the existing leads as possible, but we'll try. So that comes out to 15 nanofarads according to my LCR meter here. Let's see.
You mean 15 picofarads?
No, my LCR says it's 15.3 nanofarads, which is pretty far. What, I don't know, what is that in micro?
That'd be 10 nanofarad.
That's
would be 0.01.
Yeah, so it says it's 0.015 microfarad.
That's pretty damn close.
Yeah, let's see what the ESR is.
Well, that's probably not close.
I don't know how to get it to tell me the ESR.
Up 50%. Yeah, that is off a bit, but still probably enough to keep it working.
Yeah, I don't know how to read the ESR on this thing. If I push and hold it, it does say ESR, and it says the ESR is, I guess I'm reading this right. It says the ESR is 850 ohms. That number seems strange to me, though. Well, what does the ESR of this guy say? Like, isn't equivalent series resistance supposed to be, you know, yeah, pretty low, 50 ohms? So if I put the brand new cap in, it says it's 50 ohms. Whereas the one that I just pulled out says it's 850 ohms. But I don't know what that means. I don't know what.
Well, low ESR is required for filtering to work, and if it's reading that high when it should be, when it's reading 800 when it should be 50, that's probably enough to say that it's not really doing anything good.
Yeah, it's not shorted. I mean, I can check it on the multimeter, and it doesn't show as shorted. Yeah, the Tater Games, 850 ohms across the cap does sound insane, but I can't vocalize why that's bad, right? Like I don't like it, it's one of those things where it's just like, you know, it's not right, but I don't know what mechanism is causing it to do that. Like, you know, what mechanism is causing it to act like that, and also why that's bad, and not, you know, why we're considering that to be no good.
It's definitely a cracked component that needs replaced, even if it isn't the fault. In the
Yeah, no
calibrator.
matter what, it's gonna get replaced. Particularly now because I've got it, you know, I've got it out of the machine. But these Bumblebee caps, I mean, anything that has a like visible crack like that all the way through it is not great. This door is going to be the death of me. I'm guaranteed to burn my fingers on this door at some point.
So is this the 1950s version of the 1990s capacitor plague?
Pretty much every Bumblebee cap I came across was split straight down the center like this throughout this whole box. That's why I got a lot of replacement caps going on in it.
Well, you got to admit that failing after 70 years is better than failing after a decade, like the caps from the 90s.
True. I mean, 70 years is a pretty solid run.
It's things like this that makes me, you know, just modern vehicles are going to die and be unrepairable.
Yeah, I could see that at some point.
You know, 20 years, are you going to be able to get a computer for a late 2000s vehicle? Heck, you have trouble getting one now.
Yeah, and I've replaced capacitor plague caps in an LS400 ECU before. It was rough, man. They were in very bad shape.
Well, you know, look at that BOMEM, you know, the ADC that was used in the BOMEM and had a cap fail in it.
Yeah.
Inside that sealed unit. That's
I realize that you guys can't see a thing, but neither can I. It is extremely tight in here.
you know, HP had to make trade-offs between packaging and serviceability. All told, they did a good job.
Yeah, and you know, the serviceability is actually great, except for the very few things that they stuffed underneath the CRT here. But like serviceability and accessibility otherwise is really good on this thing. I mean, I think it's a great little machine. But I will say that I've certainly had to repair more stuff on it than probably any of the other HP equipment that I have.
For its day, this was a fairly top of the line scope.
It was the flagship. You know, it was supposed to be the best of the best, and it was supposed to compete with whatever Tektronix had going on. I don't think it did, because I think it was just a little too unreliable. But considering that earlier we were cramming a 10 megahertz signal down the throat of this thing and it was just totally fine, that's incredibly impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, a 10 meg scope is a very useful scope. Even
I
today.
mean, you could get analog scopes from the 80s that couldn't do 10 meg.
I think my Hitachi from the 80s is a 20 meg scope.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not a whole lot better, even though it's 30 years newer.
Getting my soldering iron in there is not an easy job. Oh, that's just got to be the worst solder job ever. I switched tips because my old tip was starting to fall apart on this because I'd been using it for like over a year or probably over 2 years at this point. And the only spare tip that I had is a lot fatter. It just doesn't solder as good as the old precision tip.
Are tips still available for that model of Weller?
Yeah, they are. I'm just lazy and haven't bought new ones. It's not an old Weller.
Yeah.
I mean, I bought it on Amazon.
Yeah. When I was in the avionics A school in the Navy, they gave us some really cruddy old soldering irons and solid, pretty much solid lead alloy solder and pine oil to use for flux for our soldering test.
If it works, and if it's crazy, but it works, and it's not crazy.
Well, it worked. It didn't work well, but it worked. It was a little bit funny because one of the guys in my class was actually had his solder card for soldering the electronics on nuclear reactor controls. And when the instructor worked his wire back and forth on the post until it got a crazed pattern across it, and then claimed he had a cold solder joint, well, Mark went off. Since he was from Worcester, Mass, every other word was the F word. It was epic. And the instructor finally got him calmed down. Mark opened his wallet, pulled out his certification card, and the instructor went, "Oh, well, we're supposed to find a fault with everybody's soldering." And he's like, "Oh, okay then."
Yeah.
Mark was fine after that.
I hate that, man. I hate that whole mentality of like, oh, nobody can be perfect, so you must find something wrong. It's just like a demoralizing thing to do to somebody. Like somebody, pours their heart and soul into, and in that case, I mean, this guy was good at soldering. But like this happens at work all the time, right? Like you pour your heart into something, and somebody else who spent zero time on this looks at it and has to find something wrong in order to prove that A, nobody's perfect, and B, that their job is still important or that they're useful. And so all they do is they look at this thing that you spent hours doing or years perfecting, and they go, oh, this little bit isn't perfect. You just want to punch them in the face.
Well, and part of it is a message they're trying to get across about the fact that you need more training than a half-hour long solder training lab to do it well. And the Navy actually has a rating that does micro miniature repair, and that goes to a C school, that's C as in Charlie, the letter, to learn how to do that. And it's an entire shop and specialty in the electronics, at least in the aviation electronics field. So, yeah, they're trying to get that point across. It was clumsily done.
Yeah. Well, that didn't solve our problem, but it got rid of the nasty. So the calibrator's still not outputting a square wave.
Now, the calibrator was working before you had the big diode blow up?
I don't know, it was a long time ago. I'd like to think it was working before, but I'm not sure. It may never have worked. That was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I am seeing the occasional spurious pulse across here. Like it's trying to start up, but it just doesn't get there.
Well, especially on the analog scope, it doesn't trigger unless it gets something.
Yeah, well, I've
So
got the digital scope hooked up as well, and the digital scope's not picking up anything.
Yeah.
Where'd my... Well, I'm gonna go play with the calibration adjust thing again. Potentiometer does not sound great. I think that's potentially one area that we need to check. See if that potentiometer has given up the ghost. Yeah, it's possible the calibrator never worked, and I didn't care because I always just used the HP-200CD. All right, well, I think at this point, it's actually more important to instead run down the path of getting the thing calibrated correctly. Right, so if I pull this guy out, so I need to put a waveform into it. I mean, the built-in calibrator is probably the least important function on the entire scope. So we can save that for a different headache day. A day when we're feeling a little more with it, so that way we don't accidentally short 5,000 volts to something important.
And also, so you
yeah, something important could also be me, right? So if I'm at 1 kilohertz, on my signal gen output here, which should still be outputting, oh, it's at 1 megahertz. Let's drop it down to 1,000 hertz here. That's 5 volt peak to peak. Where's my signal at, huh? Where'd you go, bro? How come I don't have anything? Oh, that, yeah, that should be the wave generator out. Waveform should be a sine voltage. Yeah. How come I got nothing? Did I enter something in the process of trying to get... Oh, there we go. Sweep. Sweep was what was getting me. There it is. Okay. So I should be at 1 kilohertz. If I'm at 1 kilohertz, how many milliseconds per division is that? I'm so bad at that. 1 kHz to ms. So 1 kilohertz is equal to 1 millisecond. So if I'm at 0.5 milliseconds, that should be 2 divisions from peak to peak here. So let's get our horizontal position. Get our vertical position set just right here. So 1, 2, we are way off. Right? All right, so we're gonna have to adjust that so that it sucks in a little tighter there. And I don't remember which one adjusts it, but I'm willing to bet it's that new potentiometer we put in.
Oh, for the one that broke.
Yeah. Maybe not that one. I had to tweak R104 as well to get it to play. Just to get it to trigger. Oop, now got it not triggering at all. So I've got it latching on there, but there's definitely another potentiometer in here that I gotta twiddle with to get the it to be correct. I twiddled with all of these when we were troubleshooting. Yeah, that's the sweep. I don't think the sweep is going to be the one that we're going to have to be concerning ourselves with. So that adjustment's got to be someplace else, right? Because if I'm at 0.5 milliseconds per division, it should be 2 divisions for a 1 kilohertz signal, right? And I'm at like 2.5 divisions for a 1 kilohertz signal.
If it's okay, I don't know what the horizontal scale is set to, but if it's a 1 kilohertz signal and it's set to 1 millisecond per division, you should get an entire period in one division, so 1 up and 1 down.
Yeah, I can set that. Let me. So you don't quite get that in one division. It's it looks like it's about 1.1, 1.2 divisions, which makes sense with what we were seeing at 0.5, right? Because 0.5 is exactly half of that.
Yeah, if it was half a millisecond per division, you'd expect to see it spread out over 2 instead of over 1.
And that's currently what I'm at.
Yeah.
So there's an adjustment somewhere on this machine that lets you adjust that. But I don't remember which one it is. Oh, we gotta try and find it. That would be not internal sweep, internal sweep simplification, internal sweep magnification, external horizontal input, adjusting AC21 low capacity. That's direct connection to deflection plates. So that would be the, what would you call that? Horizontal linearity or something like that?
Maybe.
Horizontal scale?
Yeah, that's a good guess as well. All right. Let's see here. Horizontal amplifier balance. Main vertical amplifier gain, sync circuits, sweep amplitude, and start stop trigger. Sweep preset. Nine for 5 centimeters or 5.6 centimeters between spots. So where is R199? I guess it's on that other door in the horizontal amplifier section. Well, I can probably just see it. So that might be the horizontal gain. If your horizontal gain is too high, it pushes it off. There we go. There's our 199. Let's see if twiddling that. Yep, that's our horizontal gain. Okay. So now I got to try and adjust that. I'm currently at 0.5 milliseconds per division. So we want to have a full up, down, up in 2 divisions here. So that's pretty close, actually. I'm going to sit right in front of the camera, guys, so you guys can't see shit.
Standard operating procedure.
Yep. Boy, that geometry's not super clean. There we go. That should be 1, 2 divisions. That got our horizontal gain pretty accurate. That's good. Now it's vertical gain. What do I have this? I have this thing set to 5 volts peak to peak. Let's go to 6 volts peak to peak. Oh, it won't let me do 6 volts peak to peak. All right, let's do 2 volts peak to peak. Yep, got to find that trigger. We'll drop this down to 0.1 volt, which is actually just 2, which is actually just 1 because we're on a 10x probe here. And we're just a slight bit tall. I don't know. When you do this, do you adjust it? Oh, there we go. My focus was way fat.
Ooh, yeah, that is really close.
That is pretty close, actually. I think maybe it's just slight bit too tall. But I don't know where you would just...
You want the center point of the line to be on the hash mark.
Yeah, it's just a touch too tall.
Yeah, I should say the center point of the scope trace. Yeah, the scale.
Just R5. I don't know which one R5 is, though. Is it this guy down here? Yeah, that's the guy. The dirty potentiometer. Yeah, there we go. That's about bang on. All right. I think that's pretty accurate. I mean, there's probably a better procedure to follow than what I just did, but I mean, if I hook the nice scope up to this, it's going to look exactly the same. So yeah, that's cool. Let's bump you up to 4 volts peak to peak. And I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4 volts peak to peak. And I'm at exactly, if I can get my horizontal position lined up perfectly here, that is 1, 2 divisions. So that would be 1 millisecond. And I am at exactly 1 kilohertz. Let's bump you up to, say, 100 kilohertz. And I got to go from 0.5. Oh, I went to 100 hertz, not 100 kilohertz. It's like, that doesn't look right. So yeah, then we go from 0.5 to 5 microseconds. And again, at 5 microseconds, that should be 2 full divisions. So 1, 2. Yep, that's pretty much perfect. So now let's go up to 1 megahertz. Now 1 megahertz. I think I go to 0.5 microseconds per division. Does that sound right? I mean, it lines up right.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. So we're good all the way up to 1 megahertz. Pretty much horizontal and vertical is still perfectly accurate at 4 volts peak to peak and 1 megahertz.
There are scopes made today that have trouble with that linearity, so that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Let's push it to the limits here. Let's go to 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's at 10 megahertz. The trigger is, I've got to really get the trigger like pinpoint perfect at 10 megahertz. It's just really unhappy at this speed.
It is
yeah.
the bandwidth limit, so.
Yeah, we've dropped a little bit from our 4 volts peak to peak. It's reading about 3.5 volts peak to peak.
Yeah,
and
that's kind of expected.
Yeah. Oh, it has a hard time grabbing trigger.
Yep. And as Darlington's pointing out, you're hitting the 3 dB down point, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so if we're currently at 0.1 microsecond per division, and it is, looks like it's reading about just a touch over 0.1 microseconds for a peak to peak, right? Yeah, like a 0.12 microseconds. So whatever 0.12 microseconds comes out to in megahertz. That's what this thing is reading. .12 is what I'm getting. The online converter says that's 8.3 megahertz. So yeah, once you get up to 10 megahertz, it starts to fade a little bit. But let's drop it to 8 megahertz and see what it says.
Curious Mark is on the chat.
Oh, just in time for me to get ready to go to bed. What's up, Mark? How you doing? Let's see here. At 8 megahertz, we've got 0.1. Looks like about 0.15 microseconds. which is bringing me up at like 6.7 megahertz. So it seems like once we get really fast, we're still off slightly. But that could also just be I'm not very good at counting divisions here. I mean, it could also be 0.16 or 0.14. And if it's 0.14, that gets us a lot closer. 0.14 takes us up over 7 megahertz. So it's like when you're at this speed at max resolution, you don't quite have the precision that you would hope for. But again, it is a 1950s oscilloscope reading an 8 megahertz signal right now. Which is incredibly impressive. If I drop it back down to 1 megahertz, we're back to being just fine. Actually, I think we're still a little wide.
Could be.
Yeah, at 1 megahertz here, I think we're slightly off. I should be at 0.5 microseconds. Let's see here. That's going to come up to 1 microsecond, which should be 1 megahertz, right? Yeah, 1 microsecond is 1 megahertz, and it looks like I'm off slightly. Yeah, we're reading a little slow. Let me hit that potentiometer again. Yeah, there we go. That's a little closer. Maybe I think I went a little too far. At this point, it's like splitting hairs. All right, let's bump it back up to 10 megahertz and see what we get now. My horizontal position onto there. Yeah, at 10 megahertz, it's still just slightly off. It's like reading like 1.11 microseconds. It's kind of what it's coming up to. Which gives us, this says 9 megahertz. So it's close. It's really, really, really close. It's plenty for anything I'll ever do, which is use it with the G15 and the NCR most likely. Yeah, at 1 millisecond, we should be. And now we're a little tight on it, so the linearity isn't quite right. You know, I brought that into proper spec for 1 megahertz, which brings it slightly out of whack at 1 kilohertz.
So, what is the most common frequency you'll be measuring or working with on the G15?
Would be 100 kilohertz would be the fastest I'll ever see. So if I go to 100 kilohertz on this, and latch it in on that guy, just 5 microseconds, that should be 2 divisions. Again, we're a little fast. Yeah, so that's kind of now tuned into what the kind of frequencies that we would see on the G15. Actually, I think this guy could come up a little bit. I mean, I'm practically splitting hairs at this point. We're talking the precision of the graticules. Like, my sleepiness is going to change how accurate your measurements look. But that's pretty good. I mean, this thing seems to be working really reliably. Now, looks like we got it back. Whoa! Somebody just hooked us up with a bunch of subs, man. Who was that? Endora Fox. Thank you. That's awesome. Perfect time. We got this thing going pretty reliably. The only thing that doesn't work right now is the calibrator. And honestly, I don't know if that thing ever worked. I think it did, but definitely could not have. Otherwise, I got my HP scope back. I'm doing great.
Did you see the chat from Mark? He's glad to see the scope is working and he's on travel, needed to go. So he left.
Oh, okay. Well, I did not see that. Was that in Twitch or was that in?
That
was
was in
in
Twitch chat.
Yeah, I got it.
He was asking what was the sweep issue, and was that the single trigger switch on the back, or?
So it was a mixture of the single trigger switch in the back and the new potentiometer that we put in was adjusted way out. So the potentiometer did blow up. That was a problem. I replaced it with it's supposed to be a 2K. I didn't have a 2K, so I replaced it with a 5K. And that meant that my adjustments were all out of whack to get it to trigger correctly, or to get it to sweep correctly. So it was a mixture of I was too stupid to flip a switch, and our adjustments were out. This Sophie's me. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. For 6 months in advance. Awesome. But yeah, we got it going just in time for 1:30 a.m. Well, I mean, it's been going kind of all night long, but I got to clean all this up before noon tomorrow.
Well, you did fix the major issue you wanted to fix tonight, and you did clean up the 6-volt AC signal. So,
well, no, the 6-volt AC signal still looks like garbage coming out of the calibrator, but I don't think that's the calibrator's fault. I think that's just how it goes. In Dora Fox, I'm not sure if I'm going to make it to PNW or not. I want to, but it's coming down to budget. I spent a colossal amount of money on this room refresh that hurt the budget pretty hard this year, so I may have to skip that one.
well, the biggest part of that was the Gilles Audrey. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that one hurt. That was a decent amount of money. I mean, for what it is, it was like a steal. It was $2,000, but $2,000 is still a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, if you run into something you can never get it working, you could part it out and make a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I hope to get it working though.
Oh, definitely. If it can be running, it should be.
Yeah. Yeah. So I got my HP scope back. Boy, I am happy about that. Everything seems to work pretty well. The focus I have to crank the focus all the way to one direction to get it to focus, and that doesn't seem right. So maybe we need to look at the focus in the future.
That could be a tube in that circuit that's gone marginal with age.
Yeah, I don't know what the focus circuit looks like. I think I've replaced almost all the capacitors in the high voltage circuit. So it would not be a cap because I've got good high quality high voltage caps in the middle of that. Where's my high voltage circuit at? My high voltage supply, there's astigmatism, focus. Oh, it could be the high voltage adjust. I could have my high voltage adjust off slightly, which is pushing my my focus out of whack. So I've got a high voltage adjust potentiometer on the back. And I may have tweaked that at one point, trying to get something else to work.
Well, and you did change that transformer, so that could change the characteristics.
Yeah, that's also that's correct as well. Yeah. So that high voltage adjust probably needs to be tweaked a little bit to bring my focus back up to here. That's a. Where's that one at? Let's see if I can. Oh, that causes everything to grow and change, which is going to put things all sorts of out of measurement whack again.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we'll save that for next time.
I just got done calibrating it again.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it is. You're going to have to calibrate it. And then calibrate it again.
Do you need a VTVM to measure that while you're adjusting it?
Maybe. I've got a VTVM around here somewhere. Oh, yeah, up there. But I don't know if it'll go up that high. I think it only goes up to 600 volts or so. Oh, no, it'll go up to 1200 volts, but that's still not high enough. I need 1400 volts. Yeah, I need a... I mean, I could build a high voltage probe, but... Yeah. All right. Well, it's 1:30 a.m. If I keep messing with it, I'm going to break something. Or break myself.
Or both.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's time that we throw in the towel for the night. Thank you, HP, for performing admirably.
I do have to say, once it warms up, it is very stable, which for a piece of test equipment that old is impressive.
It is. I love it. It's a great oscilloscope. It's just so rock solid. And once you get it going, like, I don't know why we had the silicon diodes blow on us. Just old age would be probably the best guess. But once you get it kind of on that needle point where it's balanced and everything's just right, it just is rock solid. Letting it sit in the garage for 3 years was not a wise move. But we got it back.
I mean, there's a reason that there's folks who are sitting there hoarding old, 40, 50-year-old tech scopes are still able to pull off what they can with them. Things are built like a battleship.
Yeah. This one is good. I mean, it's a really good scope. And I really want to use it on the Bendix G15 and on the NCR. Maybe even on the LGB21, it would be fun to use it. Although it's a little old, or it's a little old, outdated for the LGB21. The LGB21 was 1963. This scope was 1956. I think by the early to mid 1960s, HP themselves even had better offerings than this 150A.
I think the 150A was still offered for sale through the mid to late 60s.
Okay. I wonder at one point in time did they consider it obsolete? It will do dual beam. So with this guy on the bottom, I've got dual beam capability, but it's not a dual beam CRT. So it's you either have to chop it or alternate it. If you alternate it, you do get a noticeable delay between the beams. And I remember testing that before, where it was like you could see like a couple of microsecond delay or whatever it was. It was measurable, whatever the delay was between the two beams. But if you chop it, the beams show up in the exact correct places at the right timing, but your trace ends up with lots of little missing spots in it.
Oh yeah, there's a screenshot showing the dual trace on the HP Memory Project collection page.
Oh, do they show it chopped?
Yeah, it's got a triangle at the top, or a sawtooth wave at the top, and a square wave at the bottom.
Oh yeah, but if it's chopped, there's going to be lots of it looks like lots of little missing spots in those traces, because you know they're chopping back and forth between the two, right?
It's mostly like the.
So they probably had it set to alternate, because alternate looks way more beautiful, but you do get a delay between them.
It's set to chopped. It's set to chopped according to the settings on the panel. It's named input B. It just maybe the phosphor persistence into the camera.
Yeah, that might have been it. In person, it's very noticeable. But you want to run chopped, because if you do alternate, your signal to signal timing doesn't work out right.
Yeah. I pasted the picture into the Friday Night Twitch chat if you want to see it.
Okay.
After you're done cleaning up.
Yeah. I mean, it's 1:40. I gotta throw in the towel. All right. Twitch guys, thank you guys so much for joining. We'll see you next week. I am falling asleep at the wheel. So, catch y'all next time.